Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM. Please excuse the mess. We had a little decapitation a few moments ago. Come inside, but be prepared to scream as if your life depended on it. Leaving so soon? I wouldn't advise it. Angering the spirits isn't the best way to make it out alive. They actually prefer sacrifice. Perhaps a few drops of blood? Let's keep the mayhem coming with another hour of the SCREAMATORIUM. Welcome to the Screamatorium. Stay close together to avoid any grave danger. Try not to scream and maybe the ghouls won't find you. For if they do, you might just end up as a permanent guest.
I want to tell you a special story, showing the lengths that lovers will go to keep in touch. In the words of Ambrose Bierce, the telephone is an invention of the devil which abrogates some of the advantages of making a disagreeable person keep his distance. But occasionally, the telephone can offer, quite literally, a lifeline.
27118.
You are about to be connected to Lifeline. Lifeline is a premium rate shared line conversation and information exchange. All calls and conversations are closely monitored. Names are not allowed, home addresses are not allowed, the exchange of personal telephone numbers is not allowed.
Come on.
Any infringement of these simple rules will result in immediate disconnection. Lifeline is for telephone discussion only, and direct contact between subscribers is not allowed. You may accept these conditions by touching the numbers 5 and 9 on your telephone keypad. You are now connected to Lifeline.
Belinda, be there, Belinda.
Does anybody want to hear the worst thing I ever saw?
Yeah, sure, Alex.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Only it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know if it's the kind of thing we ought to be talking about.
Why don't you just tell us and then we can hear from somebody else?
Yeah, right. I was 14. I was at school and we were having a biology lesson. The teacher brought out this frog. I'm sure it was alive. He did something to it. I couldn't quite see what it was. But then he just pulled and the whole thing turned inside out like a glove. Oh, it was horrible. I still get nightmares about it.
Anyone else?
I'll keep having this dream. But it's rude.
Keep it to yourself, then.
Oh, God, listen to them. Where is she?
I had a dream once. I was walking towards this car. I knew there was a bomb inside, but I couldn't stop myself. When I was about 10 feet away, the bomb went off. The whole world went white, and I could feel this hot wind washing over me, and I knew it was taking my skin away and that I was going to die.
That must have been terrible.
Belinda.
What? Sorry?
I said that must have been terrible.
Would you know, I think it was probably the most beautiful thing I ever saw in my life.
One cappuccino. A cappuccino. Who asked for a frothy coffee?
Down here, love.
Colin, I need 4 all-day breakfasts.
I'll be right on
I
to
need
it.
them now, Colin.
I'm just seeing to Ryan.
Oh, well, that takes precedence, doesn't it?
Oh, for God's sake. Over here for the frothy coffee, love.
It's coming.
I'm getting you in trouble
No,
again.
I'm always in trouble, Ryan. Look, here's 10p. Just make that phone call.
Yeah, I'll tell. I don't suppose there's any chance of getting something on the slate. I've got no food at all in the flat.
Well, look, Susan goes on a break in half an hour. I'll get you something while she's out of the way.
I'll pay you when I'm fixed.
Yeah, that's what the Venus de Milo told me.
Oh, yeah.
Are those breakfasts ready?
Yeah, just coming up. Give us a chance.
Hello. Can I have the advertising department, please? I want to place an ad to sell a car.
What's he doing now?
Trying to sell his car.
I didn't know he had a car.
Well, it hasn't moved in 3 years. It's probably set to appear on the next Ordnance Survey map.
Oh, you've given him the money for that call, haven't you?
Only loose change.
So this is a man who walked 2 miles from home just so that he can scrounge a 10-penny piece. No one's that hard out.
I'd rather think he is.
He's a loser, Colin.
I know, but he's my oldest friend. I've known him since art school.
Oh, he doesn't look like much of an artist.
And I do these days, I suppose. Owning a greasy calf's the ultimate artistic statement.
Well, at least you can hold your head up.
Yeah.
You're such a mug, Col. I bet there's not a stray dog in town that hasn't memorised your address in case of emergency. And if you're gonna feed him, at least make him wait until it's quieter, all right?
Yeah, all right, yeah.
There'll only be a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just waiting on the chips.
What was she saying? Have I got to leave?
No, you're all right.
Colin?
What?
How's business going?
All right, why?
You haven't got a spare 200 quid you could lend us, have you? Thanks for that, Colin. You can get sick of having cornflakes for 3 meals a day.
I'll tell you something, Ryan. If you need 200 quid for a phone bill, you'd be better off having the phone taken away.
Well, the bill hasn't actually arrived yet. It could be more.
More? Who have you been calling? Everyone in Brisbane?
No. It's a bit more complicated than that. Did you ever hear tell of an outfit called Lifeline?
Isn't that the one where you ring for help if you get pregnant?
No. It's not like that. It's like all different people ring in and talk. To each other, I mean.
Oh, a chat line. Are they still legal?
I don't know. It's something deeper than that. They never advertise, but the right callers just seem to find their way on. You wouldn't believe it, but they do.
Ryan, those things run on premium rates. They cost a bomb.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder you're so scared of getting the bill.
The only thing I'm scared of is that they'll cut off the phone when I can't pay.
They'd be doing you a favour. I know you may get lonely sometimes, but that's no answer.
So what if they cut me off when Belinda tries to call?
What do you mean?
She calls the old number, sorry, no reply. What's she going to think?
Ryan,
I know what you're thinking, but I've heard her, Colin. On Lifeline.
You heard somebody like her?
There is nobody like her. They never try to tell me that I don't know her voice. She's out there and she's lonely too, and I know she's trying to get back in touch.
Ryan, Belinda's dead. She's dead.
Well, I didn't expect you to understand.
Well, what's to understand? She's dead. She died. She's not going to be giving you a call.
Come to the flat tonight, I'll prove it to you.
Prove? What's to prove?
Oh, so that's it, is it? You're right and I'm wrong and never mind the evidence. Come to the flat.
Ryan, where's all the furniture gone?
Sold it.
This is a furnished flat. None of it was yours to sell.
I'll replace it when I can. The landlord won't know.
When you can. Ryan, I found you 3 jobs through the people who come in the cafe, all regulars. They all did me a personal favour, and you didn't hold one of those jobs down for more than 6 weeks. I mean, you were night watcher on a pile of topsoil. How simple can a job be? But they're still looking for it.
Colin, shut up. There's not a thing wrong with me.
Nothing wrong. You have an empty flat. You have no carpet. You have no furniture.
Yes, I do.
Well, you have 1 table for the telephone and 1 chair to sit on.
This is an answering machine.
In case Belinda calls.
It does more than just take messages. It can record anything on the line. That's why I chose it.
How much?
Well, the sofa. Oh, and one of the wardrobes.
Oh, one of the wardrobes.
The junk shop did a straight exchange. It looks ancient, but it does work.
I don't know what to do with you.
I heard her last night.
You're making it worse.
Sit down, Colin. Listen, and then you can judge me.
How long have you been spending on this chat line?
Oh, 3-4 hours a night. Taped over my entire Led Zeppelin collection.
That's the first sane action you've told me about since I've been here. 4 hours a night.
I know. Sometimes I call and no one answers. You've got to wait until about 2 in the morning before it starts to mean anything.
Why?
Well, that's the time when people start to open up. But you don't get so many time wasters then. I was sure that I'd heard her a few times before, but she'd never said much, and I was scared to join in. But, yeah, listen to this.
And I could feel this hot wind washing over me. And I knew it was taking my skin away and that I was going to die.
That must have been terrible.
Did you hear that?
What? Sorry?
I said that must have been terrible.
But you know, I think it was probably the most beautiful thing I ever saw in my life.
Do you want to hear mine?
Yes.
My dream happens on a cliff. I'm standing on the edge, and I'm looking out to sea, and it's night, and all I can see are these distant lights somewhere out across the water. I keep thinking they're the lights of home, and all I have to do is take 1 step out, and I'll be there. 1 step. All it takes is the nerve to do it.
And do you? That's me again.
I know.
In the dream, do you take the step?
What? I can never remember.
They have these rules. No full names, no trying to set anything up. Here's what they do if you try it. I can see the sun coming up. Is anyone else still there?
Only me. I think the others have gone.
I've got a confession to make. I was waiting for this.
So was I.
Belinda, why don't you
Names
come
are
back?
not allowed. Home addresses are not allowed. The
You
exchange
see?
of personal
They
telephone
cut you off. They
numbers
just
is allowed.
cut you off.
Any infringement
But it was
of these
her.
simple rules
It was her,
resulted
wasn't
in
it, Cole?
disconnection. Lifeline is for telephone discussion only, and direct contact between subscribers is not allowed.
The other person has cleared. 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 The other person has...
Close the window if it's keeping you awake.
It's not the noise.
It's Ryan.
How'd you know?
Oh, don't keep secrets from me, Colin. You're no good at it.
He thinks Belinda's trying to get in touch with him.
Who's Belinda?
Before your time. She died.
Oh, I didn't know about her. I always assumed...
Now he's heard someone on this chat line thing, and... Oh, I don't know. You can't blame him. She did sound like Belinda. I keep thinking about some of the things this woman said. I mean, I know it's only a coincidence, but if I can't get it out of my mind, what must it be like for him?
What was she like?
She was just this plain girl, but... Oh, I don't know. They run it so deep. I suppose they were touchy. And they were insecure. They were like a couple of 15-year-olds.
What happened to her?
Well, they had a big row and she took a train to the coast. They found her all smashed up at the foot of a cliff.
Oh, God.
Post-mortem said she was pregnant, and her family wouldn't let Ryan anywhere near the funeral.
Well, you can't really blame them.
I know, but I think it's because of that he's never been able to accept that she's really dead. He said that the row was about nothing. Everyone assumes it was about the baby, but he says he didn't even know. Do you want to know what you started me thinking about? I always do whenever I think about the two of them.
What?
Stray dogs. I reckon there's no dog more devoted than a stray from the dog's home, because they know just how lucky they are. Well, that's how Ryan and Belinda were with each other. I don't think he'll ever get over it. I think that's why he'll always be the way he is. If you ever died, and there was a way, would you try to come back to me?
How much would you want me to?
Lifeline is for telephone discussion only, and direct contact between subscribers is not allowed. You may accept these conditions by touching the numbers 5 and 9 on your telephone keypad. You are now connected to Lifeline.
Is there anybody there? I know it's late. No? I know some of you just listen sometimes. I know because I've done it myself, so I'll just carry on for a while, and if there is anyone there who wants to join in, or if you're out there and you don't, well, that's fine as well. It's not easy to talk. It's never easy to talk about things that matter. I don't know why they make us so afraid, but perhaps we just don't like to make fools of ourselves. But you'd think that when it was important, we'd somehow... Yeah, well, it never works out that way, does it? You always realise too late. I learned something too late. I learned that everything you love, you lose it in the end. And the end always comes a lot sooner than you'd think. But now I'm starting to wonder. Are there second chances after all? Or is that just a dream? Does anyone know? Anyone?
Colin!
Yeah?
Customers at the door and it's gone 7. Are you going to open up?
Doing it now, darling! You?
Me?
You're early.
I haven't slept, haven't been to bed. God, you look terrible.
Thanks, I wonder why. Come on, you better come in.
You know it was her, don't you?
It couldn't be, Ryan.
It could. They could have found a body, anybody on a beach, and stuck a name on it and never really known.
Even you don't believe that.
The brother did the identification. The man's a total and utter plank.
Even a plank wouldn't mistake his own sister.
It was her on the line, though. Wasn't it?
What are you doing here so early, anyway?
This.
The phone bill.
First post. Read it.
Oh, I thought they itemised everything these days. But...
What do you see?
Quarterly rental, test units, VAT.
Yeah, look at the calls.
12 units. Only 12? But you said you'd made hundreds of premium rate calls. That's got to be wrong.
That's it, don't you see? I only used the phone for calling Lifeline. I haven't called anyone else in ages. I even placed a newspaper ad from here.
It's a mistake, Ryan. That's all it is.
I don't know. I think it's got some kind of significance.
Well, like what?
I don't know.
They'll catch up with you on the next one. It's not something you're going to get away with.
You're missing the point, Colin.
There is no point, Ryan. Something got stuck in the works and you've got a breathing space. Don't try reading anything into that.
You're scared.
End of conversation.
There's nothing to be scared about, Colin. I'm not.
Locked up?
Yeah. I left a note in the window for the pie man. You know, when I was a kid, one of my friends used to live over a fish and chip shop. Chippy Thompson. That's what everybody called him. His house always smelled of it, and so did he. When I come up here, I can't smell a thing.
Oh, it's probably there, you just don't notice it.
I know. Chippy Thompson didn't either.
What's the point you're trying to make?
There isn't one.
Sit down. Now, either speak out or shut up. I've had a hard day and I'm not going to waste time trying to fish for what you want me to find.
Well, look at me. It's not exactly the dream I had, is it?
Oh, do you think this is mine?
I'm not trying to start a competition, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, but we've been here before. You get the mopes and you start in on all the things you could have done and should have done. Get that magazine out, Colin. The one the art school sends you every year with all that stuff about where are they now. Most of them are just like you, and a lot of them can't hold their heads up as high. But all you can see are the 4 millionaires. 4 out of how many? One of them's already dying.
And how am I supposed to answer that?
Oh, it's that bloody Ryan, isn't it? I don't know how or why, but I'm sure it's down to him.
It's not Ryan. It's just me.
Look, I know he's your friend, and I'm very sorry and all that, but I don't want to see him around here again. If you want to meet him, go off somewhere and I won't even ask. But I don't want any more of his misery in my life. I've got enough to cope with as it is.
Misery? Do you know, right now I think he's the happiest man I know.
But I could get through before. Why can't I get through now?
I've been checking with the engineer, caller, and he says the same.
Meaning what exactly?
The number that you've given me isn't one that will connect you to any of our exchanges.
I've dialed it loads of times, but suddenly nothing's happening and I don't know why.
All I can say is that perhaps you've made a mistake in noting it down.
No,
this number
that's...
isn't valid for any line on the system.
Lifeline. It's called Lifeline.
Could you perhaps be thinking of the Samaritan?
No. Look, I've called it every night. I've spent hours on it. I know the number off by heart, and you're trying to tell me it doesn't exist.
I can only suggest you try directory inquiries.
I tried them first. They sent me to you. Look, I've been phoning this number. I've been getting through. It's a premium rate line. You must have some way of keeping track of them.
I could put you onto telephone accounts.
What for?
It depends on your local exchange, but they should be able to provide you with an itemised breakdown of your bill. That way you may be able to see what number it was that you were actually dialing whenever you were getting connected. Caller?
My bill.
Oh, it isn't like it used to be. These days, if it's on your bill, they can track it down.
On my... Yeah, thanks.
Shall I put you through?
No, not right now. No, thanks.
I must be mad. Off my rocker.
Well, I've always had my doubts about it.
I should be home in bed with Susan instead of tramping the streets in the pouring rain peering into phone boxes.
I didn't ask you to come, Colin. All I asked you for was a lend of your torch. Just shine it round here while I take a look.
Ah, that's stickers. All human life is here. Rusty blonde bombshell. French mistress. Venus in chains. Shaven Haven. I can remember a time when the boldest thing you could ever hope to see was the corsetry section in Rance's fashion catalogue.
You're getting old, Colin.
Starting to feel it. Have you found anything?
Shine it down here.
Oh, right. Why should Lifeline want to advertise in a place like this?
I don't know. Could be because of the law. I've never seen or heard of them anywhere else.
And what were you doing studying all the call girl ads?
Please don't ask me that, Colin.
Oh, sorry.
It's here.
Where?
Look, down here, this orange label stuck to the glass. There.
Lost, low, now call Lifeline.
It is the same number. It's the one I've been dialing. I knew I hadn't made a mistake.
So, this is the number where you used to be able to get through, but now you can't?
Yeah.
Exactly when did you stop being able to get connected?
Well, it was just after
Just after you broke the so-called rules and spoke to her by name?
Well, no, perhaps it's not the number that's the problem. Whatever the telephone people say. Perhaps it's me. I broke the rules, and so they've frozen me out.
How can they do that? I mean, how would they know?
Well, no idea.
I really think you should give it up, Ryan.
Could you? I mean, if you were me, could you come so far and then give up?
She's still dead, Ryan. Whoever you've been talking to, Belinda's still dead.
I don't care. You ring them for me. Ring them for me now.
Drop this, Ryan. Please. Before it goes too far.
I'm gonna find her. I know she wants me to. I'm gonna have something that most people want and almost no one ever gets. I'm gonna have a second chance.
You are about to be connected to Lifeline.
It's Lifeline.
Lifeline is
through.
a premium
Give me a
rate
phone.
shared
Here.
line conversation and information
It's a public
exchange.
phone, and I'm not even gonna say anything, so they'll
All
never have a
calls
way of
and
knowing it's me.
conversations are closely monitored.
I'm sorry, Ryan.
There's gotta be something I can do to get back in. There's gotta be something. This is brilliant.
What is?
The van.
I've heard this wreck called many things. Brilliant's never been one of them.
Yeah, next left. There's 2 phone boxes down here.
I can't see anyone turning out in this.
Someone's gonna be out there tonight putting the stickers in the boxes. We just have to find out who hires him.
We've been driving around for 2 hours. We've covered just about every public phone in the middle of town. We'd have seen them by now.
Who's that?
It's just someone making a call. Suppose you find this Lifeline outfit. It's probably a few £1,000 worth of gear in a crummy back room somewhere. A few machines and somebody reading a newspaper and all these voices telling their hard luck stories to each other way off into the night. How does that get you any closer to Belinda?
They've got to help me find her. I'll make them help me.
For all you know, they could be anywhere. Some other town or right down the other end of the country.
Look! That guy there with the shoulder bag. He's going into that phone box.
Well, he's probably going to ring for a taxi.
Stop the van!
I can't stop here.
Stop the van, I'm getting out.
Ryan! What the hell do you think you're doing?
I'll be back as quick as I can.
Ryan, I can't wait here!
Thanks, Colin.
All right, I'm moving out of the way.
You want to get your bloody head examined?
No one ever said a truer word, mate. Ryan, come on.
Colin.
Come on, Ryan, get in, let's go.
No, not yet.
I said get
he
in.
Knows. Colin. He knows where they are. He said he'd give me an address for 20 quid.
So?
I haven't got it.
You sold your car.
Nobody rang. Please, Colin, I'll never ask you for anything else after this, I promise. I'm not even going to pretend I can pay you back. I'll just stay out of your life for good. Colin, please, he won't wait.
Some offers are just too good to be refused. This can't be right.
It is. I can feel it.
But we're only half a mile from home.
I know. Isn't it amazing?
Ryan, that's a row of derelict buildings over there. I'd have said you'd been taken for a fool if it wasn't for the fact you did it with my money.
Have a little faith, Colin.
You're not going over there.
You don't have to wait for me.
There's nothing to see. No one's lived in this street for years.
I'm going to find Belinda.
On a demolition site.
The world is full of wonders, Colin. Or will you expect them least?
2 minutes. You'll be back here within 2 minutes.
You've been a good friend to me, Colin. Thanks.
Two minutes!
Cole?
Sorry. I came in as quietly as I could. I didn't mean to wake you up.
I couldn't get to sleep anyway. There were police cars and all sorts going past at about 1 o'clock. It's been like Piccadilly Circus out there.
Somebody got hurt. On the railway line.
Oh.
It was Ryan.
Ryan? Is he badly hurt?
There was somewhere he wanted to go, so I took him there. It was all tied in with Belinda. It's too complicated to explain. The address was that row of old cottages down by the railway. It's just a row of shells with a roof on top. There isn't even any back to them, but he insisted on going in. Well, I waited, but he didn't come back, so I went to look. One of the doors was open, and that was when I realised there was nothing on the other side of the front wall. I was just looking down this embankment full of rubble to the railway lines. Ryan was down there, on the tracks.
On the... What was he doing?
Waiting. I shouted to him, but he didn't hear me. He couldn't hear me because there was a train coming. I couldn't see it because of the darkness under the bridge, but I could hear it. Ryan knew it was coming. He was facing down the track and into the dark. It was the train he was waiting for. He was standing there and he kind of set himself ready. Made his hands into fists and he kind of leaned forward like a boxer or a runner waiting for the starting gun. I tried to move. It was a waste of time. Train lights were already coming round the bend. He was standing there between the tracks and I could see the train under the bridge, and then the driver saw him and put on the brakes, but it was too late to make any difference. I could see the wind blowing his hair back as the train came on. He closed his eyes. It was as if he was feeling... I don't know. Bliss.
What happened?
He was there, he was gone. Like a bursting balloon. The train was going at full speed. I called the police. They brought searchlights and stuff. I couldn't stay to watch.
Oh, Colin.
I think I'd just like to stay here for a while. Is that all right?
No, come upstairs.
Honestly, it's what I want.
You mustn't. You've had a terrible shock, Colin. Sitting here with the lights out isn't right.
5 minutes. Then I'll come up, I promise. There's someone I want to call.
These simple rules will result in immediate disconnection. Lifeline is for telephone discussion only, and direct contact between subscribers is not allowed. You may accept these conditions by touching the numbers 5 and 9 on your telephone keypad.
5, 9.
You are now connected to Lifeline.
Hello?
Here's someone who's just joined us. No names, remember. We're talking about dreams again. Do you have some particular dream that you'd like to tell us about?
I don't know. Not right now. I think I'd rather hear from someone else.
Anyone, then?
Does anybody ever have a dream about dying?
Everybody here dreams about dying.
That's right. I had one of those dreams once.
What? When was this?
Don't know. It's hard to be sure. It's hard to be certain of anything.
I think I'd like to hear it.
I was standing on a railway line, and a train was coming towards me. I just had to stand there. As its lights got bigger and bigger, I could hear the brakes, but they made no difference. It came up so fast that it filled the world from one side to the other.
That must have been terrible.
It was the most beautiful thing I ever saw in my life.
Where are you, Ryan?
Names are not allowed, home addresses are not allowed, the exchange of personal
Ryan!
telephone numbers is not allowed. Any infringement of these simple
Ryan!
rules will result in immediate disconnection. Lifeline is for telephone discussion only, and direct contact between subscribers is not allowed.
The other person has cleared. The other person has cleared. The other person has cleared. The other person has cleared.
And in that moment, have you ever failed to believe with a passionate certainty that there would be an answer? Perhaps you're looking at the phone right now. Perhaps you're considering. But let me give you a warning. To make the call is to break the spell. We can't quite believe in death. That's our eternal problem. But oh, how we long to believe the dead can communicate. Nicholas Murchie played Ryan, Jonathan Taffler, Colin, Moya Leslie, Susan, Federae Holmes, Belinda, Anne Windsor, the lifeline operator, Matthew Morgan, the telephone engineer, Melinda Walker, Kate Binchy, and Julian Rind-Tutt, the voices. Lifeline was written by Stephen Gallagher and directed by Martin Jenkins. This is Edward D'Souza, the man in black, signing off until the next time we meet for another series of Fear on 4. Au revoir.
Are you prepared to be scared? Welcome to the SCREAMATORIUM. Good evening. Step inside the Screamatorium. You have entered the lair where fear begins. Try to avoid angering our in-house apparitions, or this could be your last night among the living, and your first night with us.
If you walk through Witch's Wood, past the hanging tree, then down Dead Man's Lane, over the wooden footbridge past Creepy Hollow, you will come to an ancient graveyard. unsafe for mortals to be here, especially after dark. For here is a place of twilight, a place occupied, they say, by half-beings. A twilight world of spirits, of ghosts, of ghouls and banshees, and apparitions from the netherworld of darkness and cold evil. A horrifying time warp of disembodied souls lost forever in purgatory. This is a place of black foreboding, a stark and terrifying area of strange and dreadful happenings. We'd better light the lamp. See its flickering shadows. They are shadows, aren't they? Most people whistle bravely to themselves as they pass this locality, or try to, in spite of a sudden dryness of the mouth and a quickening of the heartbeat. We are all brave enough when we can't actually see what's lurking behind us, aren't we? So if the hair on the back of your neck is rising, don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. When through the cemetery gate, along the overgrown path, be careful where you tread. There's really nothing to worry about just here. Is there? Everyone knows that manifestations of the supernatural are but figments of the imagination. Everyone knows that, don't they? Don't they? Did say, be careful where you tread. Your next step could be your last. we'd better shelter a while under that crooked old oak tree. The one struck by lightning many years ago. So, you see, lightning can strike in the same place twice. It can't be helped. I did try to avoid it, but we'll have to shelter in the old mausoleum. Rumor has it that vampires used to dwell there, but it was only a rumor. Someone did try to find out for sure, but he was never seen again. Shall we go in? Run for your life. Listen. Midnight. The witching hour.
Monsters' entrails, dragon's breath, tongue of lizard, certain death.
Some people don't believe in ghosts and the supernatural. Perhaps you are one of the unbelievers. However, I think I should warn you that at certain times and in certain places, the unbelievable does happen. But of course, it couldn't happen here, could it? Let's be careful, though. No sense in looking for trouble. Besides, sometimes the hunter becomes the hunted. Be careful of this bridge. I don't think it's very safe. There's a big, dark house near here. A very large, derelict house. It's known locally as Hangman's Folly. This old mansion, for that's what it really is built on a hill. A strange and barren hill. A place where birds don't sing and animals won't go. Horses shy, and dogs run with hackles raised in fright. Nothing much grows there anymore. It is a dank and desolate place where nobody stays for long. They say it's haunted, but we don't believe in such nonsense. Do we? Only the foolhardy would venture there at night. Mind the cobwebs. Stay close together, for this is the edge of darkness, the point of no return. Listen. Is that music I hear? This must be the organ room. This must be the gallery. What a chamber of horrors. Don't go up there. That's the belfry. It's full of bats. There's the mad professor, and he's conducting more electrical experiments. This must be the haunted ballroom. Look out. A snake pit. Where are we? We must be in the dungeons. This is the room of eternal and deadly silence, where the unfortunate could hear a pin drop. I know how to get out of here. With dynamite and a long fuse. Good night. Sleep well.
Night falls. The forest holds its breath. still. The blood-red moon stares through the trees. Suddenly, the wind blows. The trees shiver. A bat quivers in the night and flies away. Far into the woods, witches wail. Witches cackle. And cast their spells. A black cat cries at the moon. It is Halloween.
Welcome to the Screamatorium. Stay close together to avoid any grave danger. Try not to scream and maybe the ghouls won't find you. For if they do, you might just end up as a permanent guest.
From the dark mind of Edgar Allan Poe come these most chilling tales of terror. Listen if you dare. But beware. Only the bravest of souls should take this journey with me. For our travels will reveal terrifying visions of agonizing death and horrible nightmares. Our first story concerns a gentleman who developed attacks of a sickness diagnosed by physicians as catalepsy. The origins and explanations of this disease are still a mystery. But victims can find themselves immobile and seemingly dead, laying for hours or even days in a type of powerful trance. Even the best medical tests may fail to detect the difference between catalepsy and real death. Yes, indeed. It is an unfortunate person whose seizure should be so severe that he be buried alive.
The first attacks came without warning, when I was alone, late at night. Without realizing what was happening, I would sink little by little into a trance state, unable to move, and unable to really think, and yet somehow aware of my immediate surroundings. I could lay this way for days, until I eventually came about to normal sensation. Other times, I would get sick and cold and dizzy and just collapse where I stood. Then for days, everything around me would be black and silent, and the world became dark and empty. And then, after an eternity, I would gradually come back to consciousness, stumble around my apartment, and attempt to clean myself up. Other than this strange trance once in a while, my general health seemed to be good, except for my memory, that is. Usually, when I would wake up in the morning, I would have trouble remembering where I was, and my general mental ability felt confused. It could take hours sometimes for my senses to return. My physical health remained good, but I had extreme psychological stress. I became obsessed thinking about corpses, worms, cemeteries. I became lost in thoughts of death, and the idea of being buried alive. I realized that because of my condition, I was in unbelievable danger. What if I was away from home and had a seizure? If no one knew me or about my condition, I could be taken for a dead man. The danger I was in haunted me day and night. It was hard to sleep because I feared I would wake up in a grave. And then finally, when I did fall asleep, it was to a world of nightmares.
Horrible images of death continued to torture him in his sleep, and his waking hours were filled with agonizing thoughts of burial, tombs, and of the crawling worms. he became paranoid and afraid even to exercise, walk, or wander from his home. From his friends, he gained sacred promises that they would never allow him to be buried until his stiff body showed signs of advanced decay. He also made many other special arrangements.
I decided to take some special precautions. Among other things, I had the family burial vault remodeled, allowing it to be opened from within. The slightest pressure on a special hydraulic lever would force the huge iron doors to fly open. I had ventilation ducts made for the circulation of air and light, and emergency containers of food and water installed within immediate reach of the coffin. The coffin itself was designed to be oversized and padded, and was outfitted with a lid that could be opened from the inside with almost no effort. A baby could escape from this box. And finally, I had a fail-proof alarm installed, a large bell with a rope hanging in the vault. The other end of the rope was to be tied to the hand of whoever was buried in the coffin. That way, even if the power in the building went out, I could still sound an alarm.
All of the work, all of the precautions, and still he suffered from the torture of his thoughts, the nightmares, and the future doom which awaited him.
One afternoon, I found myself waking from the blackness of a trance. I began to slowly realize a faint gray light in front of me. It was daylight. I couldn't feel anything in my arms or legs. Then, after a long time, I heard a ringing in my ears, and then a tingling sensation in my arms and legs. Finally, I felt like I could move an eyelid. My blood started to pump through my body, and I began to think. Slowly, I was able to remember who and where I was. I knew that I had had a seizure, and suddenly I wondered if I had been buried alive. I was so terrified, I couldn't force myself to move. I didn't want to wake up and confront reality. After a long while, I forced myself to slowly open my eyes. It was dark. Completely dark. I knew that the trance was over. I knew that I was now fully recovered and could see again, but everything around me was still completely black. I tried to scream, but my lips and my tongue felt as dry as leather, and I couldn't make a sound. My chest felt like there was a huge weight on it, and every gasp of air was an intense effort. I could hear my heartbeat, like an immense drum pounding from inside a vast cave. My attempt to move my mouth showed me that it was sewn shut, the way morticians sometimes treat corpses. I also felt like I was laying on something hard, and that the sides of my body were also closely against something solid. So far, I hadn't attempted to move my arms or legs, but now I panicked. My arms were crossed and laying on my chest. I reached up and felt a solid wooden board about 6 inches from my face. It was then I realized my worst fear. I had been buried alive. But suddenly, I had a reassuring thought. My precautions, my alarms. I tried to force the lid open. It wouldn't move. I was trapped, like an animal, even worse. I felt my wrists with a rope tied to the bell. It was gone. And then my greatest terror, the paddings which I had carefully installed in the coffin were missing. This wasn't my coffin. And I began to smell the odor of damp, rotting earth and things that had been dead for a long time. The conclusion was obvious. I wasn't in the family vault. I must have fallen into a trance while I was away from home. And strangers must have found me. But I couldn't recall a thing. Whoever found me, they must have buried me like a dog. Nailed up in some common, ordinary coffin and stuck deep in the ground forever in some deserted and nameless grave. As I began to realize what had happened, I started to scream again, and this time I succeeded. I let out a long, wild shriek of agony that reverberated up through the dark ground and somehow, miraculously, caught someone's attention. I felt movement and shaking, and I knew that they had uncovered me. My memories suddenly began coming back to me, and images started flooding my mind. Now I remembered. I had gone on a hunting expedition with a friend in the deep woods surrounding the James River. Night came, and an unbelievably fierce storm came out of nowhere. We took shelter in the cabin of a deserted ship anchored at the mouth of the river. We made the best of it and knew we were on board for the night. I slept in a bunk in the small cabin. This bunk had no sheets or blankets, with about 18 inches clearance to the boards above my head. It was a tight squeeze, but I slept well. And then the trance began, and my screams. The men who shook me were the crew of the ship and some workers hired to unload the cargo after the storm. The dark, earthy smell was the cargo, fertilizers, and chemicals. I had been wearing a silk handkerchief, and during the night it had slipped around my mouth, interfering with my breathing. And my friend had slept through everything, totally oblivious to my situation.
From the tortures he endured came a good. His soul grew sober, and he began to travel, exercise, and to live free once again.
I found myself breathing free air again. I began thinking about things other than death, and I threw out my medical books. In short, I became a new person and found a new life because of that unbelievable night. I had been cured of my problems, and my cataleptic condition was gone forever.
He thinks his troubles are over. But the demons must be put to rest. They must sleep, or they will devour him. They must be suffered to slumber, or they will return. Our next poor devil finds himself on the edge. Actually, on the cutting edge of total terror. A steel blade, swaying, creeping, and coming down, swinging closer and closer in the pit and the pendulum.
Was I left to die of starvation in this underground world of darkness? Or what fate even more fearful was waiting for me? I had no doubt the result would be my death. The only thing I didn't know was how I would die and when. What made things worse was that I was condemned and thrown into this terrible place for crimes I did not commit. I was innocent of all charges. It was totally dark. I reached out and my hands felt a stone wall, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, inching my way very carefully. I noticed that my normal clothes were gone, and I now wore a thick cloth robe.
He continued roaming about the dark dungeon, trying to figure out the size and shape, and perhaps, although unlikely, a way out. After a time, he fell to the ground from lack of food and rest. He then slept.
I awoke and found myself still trapped in this living nightmare. I stretched out my arm and discovered next to me a loaf of bread and a pitcher filled with water. I was too tired to think, but ate and drank. Shortly afterward, I started my tour around the prison cell again. I had walked some 10 or 12 steps very carefully when part of my robe got twisted on my legs. I stepped on it and fell hard on my face.
He came out of his daze after a moment and discovered something unusual. Although his body still rested on the hard, slimy dungeon floor, his head was touching nothing.
The terrible smell of the fungus and decay hit me hard. I felt around the floor and discovered I was at the edge of a round pit. Feeling around the stones just below the edge, I succeeded in breaking off a small piece and let it fall into the hollow space. For many seconds I listened as it fell and hit the sides of the deep hole. Finally there was a splash into water, then loud echoes. At the same time there came a sound of a quick opening and a fast closing of a door overhead, where a faint beam of light flashed suddenly through the dark, then quickly disappeared. I saw clearly the doom which had been made for me, and congratulated myself on how lucky I had been to escape the trap. One more step, had I not tripped on my robe, and I would have been dead. Shaking all over, I felt my way back to the wall, deciding to stay there to die rather than in the terrible pit. Fear kept me awake for many long hours, but finally I again slept. I woke up and found by my side, just like before, a loaf of bread and a pitcher of water. An incredible thirst overcame me, and I drank the entire pitcher in one gulp. The water must have been drugged because I immediately got drowsy. A deep sleep fell over me, a sleep more like death. How long it lasted, I don't know. But when I opened my eyes, there was more light in this horrible place, and I could now see the objects around me. I had been wrong in my guess of the size of the dungeon. Very wrong. I had been wrong also about the shape of the room. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had thought was stone seemed now to be iron or some other metal in huge plates.
Devices of torture were all about the room. Evil figures, statues of hideous ghouls, and skeletons were decorating the walls.
I now noticed the floor, too, which was stone. In the center was the round pit, the one I barely escaped from. All this I saw with great effort, for now I was on my back, laying on some frame made of wood. I was strongly tied to the plank by a long strap of cloth. It covered my whole body, holding me down, except for my head and enough of my left arm to reach a small amount of food left beside me in a dish. I saw, to my horror, that the pitcher of water had been removed. I say to my horror because I had a terrible thirst. This thirstiness seemed to be caused by the spiced meat left for me in the dish. Looking upward, I saw the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead and made totally of metal like the walls. In one of the high panels, a single figure got my entire attention. It was the painted image of a man holding a large pendulum, much like the ones used in antique clocks. While I stared directly upward at it, I thought I saw it move. In a moment afterward, I saw it was true. Its sweep was brief, and of course slow. I watched the pendulum for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. I began to hear a slight noise. I looked to the floor and saw several enormous rats crawling around. They had come from the well, which was just to my right. Even then, while I looked, the hungry devils came up in troops, fast, smelling the scent of the meat. I squirmed and shouted at the ugly creatures. It took some time, but I managed to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, even an hour, before I again looked up. But what I then saw amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had gotten much bigger. It also was much faster. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that it had gotten lower. I now saw with horror that the edge of the glittering steel pendulum was as sharp as a razor. It was connected to a heavy rod of brass, and the terrible tool hissed as it swung through the air. I now knew what horrifying torture and death I was going to suffer. I saw that the blade was made to cross the body at the heart. It would cut my robe. It would return and repeat its cuts again and again. Because it dropped so slowly, it would take many minutes for the pendulum to cut the robe. Down steadily, down it crept. I took a crazy pleasure trying to figure out its speed. To the right, to the left, far and wide, I laughed and howled with the thought. Down slowly, slowly down. It came within 3 inches of my chest. I fought hard to free my left arm. It was unbound only from the elbow to the hand. Had I been able to break the holes above the elbow, I would have grabbed and attempted to stop the pendulum. I might as well have tried to stop an avalanche. Down still, dropping still, swinging down. I gasped and struggled at each swipe. My eyes followed the blade's whirling ride, and then they would squeeze shut in fear of the downward swing. Oh, how unspeakable, how unspeakable. I saw that some 10 or 12 swings would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe. And with this thought, there suddenly came over me a strange feeling of peacefulness. For the first time during many hours or perhaps days, I went into deep thought. An idea came into my mind that the bandage or cloth which held me was the only restraint keeping me captive. The first stroke of the razor-like blade would cut through the cloth, and I would be freed. But how fearful, in that case, the closeness of the steel. Any slight mistake on my part when I moved to escape would mean death.
he decided to make the final check and tilted his head up to see the bandages which tied him down.
The cloth tied my body down in all directions except in the path of the destroying pendulum.
Just before losing all hope, another desperate thought came to mind.
For many hours next to where I lay, there had been hundreds of rats roaming around. They were wild, bold, hungry, their red eyes glaring at me as if they were waiting to devour me. They had eaten all the meat which was in the bowl nearby, but the juices of the red meat still remained.
He reached down for the bowl, rats biting at his hands, and came up with the meat juices upon his fingers.
I totally rubbed the cloth bandage which held me prisoner wherever I could reach it. Then, after raising my hand from the floor, I laid very still and motionless. At first, the starving animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the lack of movement. They waited for a moment. Seeing that I remained still as a statue and showed no signs of life, one or two of the boldest rats jumped on me and smelt the meat juices on the cloth. This seemed to be the signal for a general rush. They came in hundreds.
The rats swarmed all over his body, biting fingers, crawling over his mouth, and nibbling upon the meat-soaked bandages which held him prisoner.
In a few minutes, I felt that the struggle would be over. I was sure I felt the loosening of the bandages. I laid still as the rats continued chomping away at the cloth. I knew that many places must already be cut. I was close to being free. But, oh God, no! The pendulum had finally reached me and cut through the first layer of my robe.
The rats continued biting, and the man stayed still, sucking in his body as far down as possible. The blade continued its swing and cutting, now through the threads of his underclothing. Closer, closer. Swing, rip, slash, edging it ever so near to his skin.
I am near freedom. I feel the bandages getting looser. The pain from the rat bites is terrible. But I know it will mean my only chance to escape. I can now move more and more, almost free. The blade is getting closer. It's dropping closer, closer. I hear the hissing in my ears.
Our final story of Deathly Delights is a heart-stopping tale of unspeakable terror. If you ever had a terrible secret, or if you ever committed an act that your conscience told you not to, you had better sit back, close your eyes, and listen very carefully to this, the Telltale Heart.
True, I had been, and still am, extremely, terribly nervous. But why would you say that I am crazy? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all, my sense of hearing was improved. I heard all things in heaven and earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I a maniac? Listen and hear how reasonably, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how the idea first entered my brain, but once the thought was there, it haunted me day and night. There was no reason. I loved the old man. He'd never done me any harm. He had never insulted me. I had no desire for his money. I think it was his eye. Yes, that's what it was. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it looked at me, my blood turned cold, and so, very slowly, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and to get rid of the evil eye. Now this is the point. You think I am mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how smart I was. With what caution, with what planning I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the entire week before I killed him. And every night, around midnight, I turned the lock of his bedroom door and opened it very gently. And then, when I had made an opening large enough for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone from it. And then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how intelligently I crept in. I moved slowly, very, very slowly, so that I wouldn't awaken the old man. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening far enough so that I could see him as he lay on his bed. Would a sick mind have been able to do all of this? And then, when my head was completely inside the room, I lit the lantern carefully. So carefully. I had raised the lamp just at midnight, but in the sneaky light I found the eye was always closed. And so it was impossible to kill him, because it was not the old man whom I hated. It was his evil eye. And every morning, I calmly went into his room and spoke normally to him, calling him by name in a kind voice, and asking how he had slept. So you see, he would have been a very sharp old man to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in on him while he was asleep. On the 8th night, I was more than usually careful in opening the bedroom door. I had my head in and was about to light the lantern when my thumb slipped on the metal latch and the old man jumped up in bed crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. And in the meantime, I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night. Finally, I heard a slight groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain, oh no. It was the low, muffled sound that comes from one's very soul when overpowered with fear. Thoughts must have entered his scared mind, such as, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is probably a cricket, which has made a single chirp." Yes, he'd been trying to comfort himself with these explanations, but they were useless. All useless because the shadow of death was near him. And it was this unseen shadow that caused him to feel, even though he never saw or heard it, to feel the presence of my head inside the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I decided to open a very, very little crack in the lantern to light a flame in the lamp. So I opened it, you cannot imagine how quietly, until at last a simple, dim ray of light, like the thread of the spider, rose in the lantern and gleamed on the vulture eye. I silently gulped in terror because I could see the old man's deformed eyeball was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I stared at it. I saw it perfectly, all a dull blue with an ugly, gooey cover over it that chilled my very bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or body, for I had directed the lantern's ray as if by instinct exactly on that dreadful spot. I heard a low, dull, quick sound like what a watch makes when covered with cloth. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my anger just as the beating of a drum pushes a soldier into battle. But even then I kept still. I hardly breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried to keep the beam upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish beat of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every minute. The old man's terror must have been extreme. His heartbeats grew louder and louder and louder. Can you understand me? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now at that dead hour of the night, with the dreadful silence of the whole house being filled with a strange pumping, pounding sound, I got excited and began to feel uncontrollable terror. Yet somehow, for a few minutes longer, I controlled myself and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart would burst. And now a new thought grabbed me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once, only once. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled at my success, but for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled thud. This didn't bother me much. It would not be heard through the wall. Finally it stopped. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and checked the body. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand on the heart and held it there quite a while. There was no beat. He was definitely departed. Totally gone. Completely dead and out of his misery. His eye would never trouble me again. If you still think I'm a raving lunatic, you won't any longer when I describe the wise precautions I took to hide the body. The night grew on, and I worked quickly, but in silence. First of all, I took the corpse apart, piece by piece. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the room and put everything in the floor. I then replaced the boards so skillfully, so smartly that no human eye, not even his, could have seen anything wrong. When I was finished, it was 4 in the morning, still dark as midnight. As the clock marked the hour, I heard someone knocking at the street door. I went down to open it happily, for what did I now have to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves as police officers. They said that a scream had been heard by a neighbor during the night, that they were notified and sent to search the house. I smiled, for what did I have to worry about? I welcomed the officers in. The scream, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was away in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I gave permission to search. I led them to his room. I showed them the old man's belongings, safe, undisturbed. In the excitement of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and asked the police to sit and rest, while I, happy with my victory, placed my own seat on the very spot above the corpse. My head ached, and I got a ringing in my ears, but the officers still sat and chatted. The ringing became stronger. It continued and became clearer. I talked more to get rid of the feeling, but the strange sound continued and became clearer, until finally I found that the noise was not in my ears. No doubt, I now grew very pale. But I talked more, and with a louder voice. Still, the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much like the noise a watch makes when covered with cloth. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers did not hear it. I talked more quickly, but the noise steadily got worse. I stood and argued loudly about anything, but the racket steadily increased. Why would they not leave? I paced the floor back and forth with heavy steps, but the strange sound continued to pierce my ears. Oh, God, what could I do? I foamed, I yelled, I swore, I swung the chair that I was sitting on, I dragged it on the floorboards, but the noise rose above everything and wouldn't stop. It grew louder, louder, louder. And still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they didn't hear? Almighty God! No! No! They heard! They suspected! They knew! They were making a joke of my horror! This, I thought, and this, I think. But anything was better than this pain. Anything was more tolerable than this cruel joke. I couldn't bear those fake smiles any longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, listen. Louder, 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 louder! Stop! I screamed. I can't take it anymore! I admit the deed! Tear up the floors! Here it is! The beating of this rotten heart!
The Haunted Hitchhiker. A young woman returned to her hometown upon the death of her father. When she was a child, her mother had left her father and moved away after he had become an alcoholic and fallen into a severe depression. They barely had contact with him throughout her life. She received a call from her father's lawyer upon his passing, telling her that she had inherited his car. When she arrived at his dilapidated home, where he died alone, she went to the garage door, unlocked the padlock with the key her father's lawyer had provided, and opened it to find a beautiful red Dodge convertible in excellent condition. As she walked around the car, she found that the tires were original and not worn, and that there was only about 10,000 miles on the odometer. But there was an odd stain on the chrome of one of the fenders, and the young woman assumed it was just rust. The keys were in the ignition, and the car was filled with gas. She turned the key, and the engine roared to life. She pulled out of the driveway and took a drive around the town. At an intersection, near the elementary school, she pulled up to the stop sign. She saw a little girl standing at the curb, staring at her with sad and mournful eyes. The little girl was pale, dressed slightly out of fashion for children of her age, and holding a small doll. The young woman gave a pleasant smile and a wave, but the returned expression of the little girl caused her to go cold and the hairs stand on the back of her neck. Perplexed, the woman continued on. She looked back over her shoulder at the little girl, but she had disappeared. That night, the young woman was troubled with a fitful sleep. She dreamed she saw her father in front of her, with the same sad expression as the little girl she had seen earlier. She heard him cry out to her, as if in pain, "Help her!" And then she woke up. It was late, and she felt restless. Perhaps a drive would relax her. As she drove around the quiet town, she felt compelled to return to the intersection where she saw the little girl. Much to her surprise and amazement, the little girl was still there, under a streetlight, just waiting and holding her doll. The young woman pulled up to the car to the little girl. "What's wrong? Can I help you in any way?" "I'm lost. It's dark, and I can't find my way home," said the little girl. "I'll take you home if you tell me where you live," the young woman replied. The little girl climbed in the car and said her address. The young woman drove her home, where there was a solitary light shining in a second-floor window. "Can I walk you to the door?" the woman said. "No, I need to walk to the light by myself, but thank you very much for helping me." And for the first time, the little girl smiled. The next day, the young woman felt a lightness of being, as if a load had been lifted. She decided to check on the little girl and drove around to her house. There was an older woman in the yard tending the garden. "Excuse me, but how is your little girl today? Did she get in okay?" The woman looked up shocked. "What do you mean?" she said. "My little girl is dead. She was killed 20 years ago on her way home from school by a drunk driver in a red Dodge convertible, just like yours. They never found him or the car. And it's strange that you should ask about her, because last night I thought I was dreaming when I heard her come up the stairs as she used to. It's so good to be home, I thought I heard her say. And when I looked in her room in the morning, as I do every morning, her favorite doll was on the bed. That doll was buried with her when she died."
It's so good to be home. It's so good to be home. So good to be home. So good to be home. To be home. To be home. To be home.
Thank you for joining us in the Screamatorium. Congratulations if you made it out alive. But then again, there's always next time. I must crawl into my coffin now. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
They're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky, the Addams Family. Their house is a museum. When people come to see them, they really are a scream, the Addams Family.
Neat. Sweet. Petite.
So get a witch's shawl on, a broomstick you can crawl on. We're gonna pay a call on the Addams Family.